largest segment of the SLS rocket. In fact, it's one of the tallest first stages of a rocket that NASA has ever used. It's roughly 212 feet tall. Now, on top of it sits the upper stage, or the interim cryogenic propulsion stage. Now, that's roughly 45 feet tall in comparison. And then on top of that, you have what is called the Orion stage adapter. It is actually the smallest part of the SLS rocket, and it is what holds our CubeSats. These are these shoebox-sized payloads, or these scientific payloads that will be sent off into space following the separation of the upper stage from the Orion spacecraft. Now, it is the smallest part of the rocket at only roughly 5 feet tall. And then, of course, on top of the Orion stage adapter sits our Orion spacecraft. You can see there on your screen the Orion spacecraft, that's on top. And then right there where we have our Artemis logo, that is what is actually called the crew access arm. It is part of the mobile launcher. That is the gray L-shaped structure that is connected to the SLS and Orion spacecraft rocket. Now, the crew access arm is very important, as again, that name suggests, it is the access point for our astronauts, or really any personnel, to be able to access the spacecraft. So that is where, in fact, our astronauts, Reed Wiseman, Victor Glover, Christina Cook, and Jeremy Hansen, they'll be walking through there later on today when they are ready to board their spacecraft for their mission around the moon. So to quickly recap, we are now in slow fill for both liquid oxygen and liquid hydrogen. On the core stage, that is again the first stage of the SLS rocket. Following that, we will transition into fast fill, and I'll report out when that is officially underway. Now, while we wait to get into fast fill, teams are currently not monitoring any big issues in the countdown. It's actually been, things have been going really smoothly, fairly well. We are definitely hoping for things to continue that way. But let's talk a little bit about how everything that the teams had to do to get us to this point. So teams first rolled the SLS rocket and Orion spacecraft to the launch pad for the first time on January 17th. Then on February 2nd, teams performed a wet dress rehearsal. Now, this was a rehearsal to practice loading the propellants on board the rocket, getting into terminal count, but not actually launching. So it was like a practice test before launch. During that first wet dress rehearsal in February, we experienced a hydrogen leak, which, following that test, teams then decided to perform another wet dress rehearsal. They did so on February 19th, and it was very successful. They didn't really see any hydrogen leaks throughout the entire count, or any other leaks for that matter, and they were able to continue throughout all of the milestones that they had planned. Now, we did have to roll back on February 25th due to a helium issue that we saw on the upper stage of our rocket. Teams noticed that the flow of helium to the upper stage was interrupted, and that meant that we had to roll back to the vehicle assembly building to help fix that issue. The only way to access that area was inside the VAB. Teams did successfully fix the issue inside the vehicle assembly building, and we were then ready to roll back to the launch pad on March 20th. Since then, the teams have been getting the rocket then ready for launch, and we entered our launch countdown on Monday at 4:44 p.m. Eastern Time. Now we are currently 9 hours and 41 minutes and counting from the opening of today's launch window. That opens at 6:24 p.m. And teams do have a 2-hour launch window, which means that they have 2 hours in which they can launch starting at 6:24. We are currently in slow fill for both the core stage liquid hydrogen and liquid oxygen tanks. Next up will be fast fill, and I'll report out when that is underway. Welcome back. This is Artemis Launch Control. We are currently 9 hours and 37 minutes and counting from the opening of today's launch window for the Artemis II mission. Now our launch window opens at 6:24 p.m. Eastern Time, and teams do have a 2-hour launch window, which means they have 2 hours in which they can launch the SLS, or Space Launch System rocket, and Orion spacecraft that will send 4 astronauts around the moon and back. Now the Artemis launch team, they're currently in firing room 1, like you see on your screen there. They are right now in the process of loading cryogenic or super cold liquid propellant onto the SLS rocket. We are now in our fast fill operations for the core stage liquid oxygen tank. This means that we just completed the slow fill on that tank, and we have now transitioned into fast fill, which means we are now starting to load liquid oxygen at a much faster rate. Now on the hydrogen side, we are still in slow fill for liquid hydrogen. So slow fill for liquid hydrogen, fast fill for liquid oxygen on the core stage. Now just to throw some numbers at you guys again, the hydrogen tank on the core stage holds roughly 537,000 gallons. The liquid oxygen tank, meanwhile, holds roughly 196,000 gallons. On the upper stage, in total, that's also another 24,000 gallons. So you have 4 tanks, over 750,000 gallons of liquid hydrogen and oxygen that is being fed all to these engines, to the 4 RS-25 engines at the bottom of the core stage and the 1 RL-10 engine that's at the bottom of the upper stage. And now, why do we need so much propellant? Because we're sending our astronauts around the moon. We are going into deep space. We're going farther than we have since our Apollo missions in 1972. Now again, all of this liquid propellant feeds the engines that are at the bottom of those stages for this tremendous and magnificent rocket that we see out there on the pad. In fact, in total, SLS is roughly 322 feet tall. It's taller than the Statue of Liberty. And it will send our astronauts around the moon. We have our commander, Reed Wiseman, pilot Victor Glover, and mission specialists, Christina Cook and Jeremy Hansen. You can see them there on your screen. From left to right, you have Victor, Jeremy, Christina, and Reed. They'll be getting ready to start their day and get on board their rocket for their mission around the moon. Now, Artemis II is a test flight. This is the first crewed test flight of the Artemis missions. We're going to evaluate the crewed system performance in a deep space environment. We'll perform a flyby around the moon. We'll practice a proximity operations demonstration with the upper stage. All in preparation for our future Artemis missions, for when we land humans back on the lunar surface. So to quickly recap of where we are in today's countdown, we are currently underway in our fast fill operations for the liquid oxygen tank on the core stage. That is the first stage of the SLS rocket. And we are still in our slow fill operations on the liquid hydrogen side on the core stage. I'll report back once we have started fast fill for that liquid hydrogen tank. This is Artemis Launch Control. If you are just joining us, we are currently 9 hours and 23 minutes and counting from the opening of today's launch window for the Artemis II mission. I'm Antonia Jaramillo in NASA Communications, and I, along with our fellow commentators, will be taking you through the rest of today's launch countdown, as well as the rest of the Artemis II mission. NASA will be providing 24/7 live coverage, starting with our propellant loading operations that is currently underway and will continue all the way through our splashdown operations. Now, the Artemis launch team, which you just saw there on your screen, they are in the process of loading cryogenic or super cold liquid hydrogen and liquid oxygen onto the SLS, or the Space Launch System rocket. That's a view of the rocket right there at Launch Pad 39B, where it will lift off for the agency's Artemis II mission. Now, Artemis II is a test flight. We will be sending our astronauts, Commander Reed Wiseman, pilot Victor Glover, and mission specialists Christina Cook and Jeremy Hansen on a 10-day mission around the moon and back. Now, we are currently again underway with our propellant loading operations. We are in what is called slow fill for the core stage liquid hydrogen tank and fast fill for the liquid oxygen tank. Now, slow fill refers to slowly loading that propellant. This is done so that teams are monitoring how the hardware is receiving this super cold, hazardous propellant that is being onboarded on the rocket. Following slow fill, that then transitions into fast fill when we start loading that propellant at a much faster rate. So oxygen is currently already in fast fill, and liquid hydrogen will soon follow suit. Now, you can see there on your screen on the rocket, you can see maybe some little like checker marks that look to be on the solid rocket boosters. Those are the two nose cone shaped boosters in between on either side of the core stage. Now, what do those black and white checkerboards and squares and circles mean? Well, these are our photogrammetric markings. They serve as imagery references for the engineering photo and video documentation as for the post-flight analysis of how SLS attitude and its position relative to the ground structure during liftoff and ascent performed. So they're not just on there randomly, they do serve a purpose. And it is, again, for all of that post-flight analysis. Now let's take it back over to the firing room. And let's take a look at our launch team. You can see there you have Charlie Blackwell Thompson. She's right now walking around on the first upper level row. She is our Artemis launch director. She's currently wearing a green blazer, and you might see some other folks around the room also wearing green a lot. Why green? Well, at NASA, we love our superstitions and we love our traditions. And for the launch team, green is one of those fun traditions that they like to carry on. Green for them means go, so they wear green for good luck. Now, the launch team, they communicate with each other via these communication channels to update how we are in the countdown. I'll be monitoring those loops and I'll report out as each call out is made. The team actually just reported that we have now transitioned from slow fill to fast fill on the core stage liquid hydrogen tank. This means we are now in fast fill for both liquid hydrogen and liquid oxygen. Now, following fast fill, teams will then transition into what is called topping. Topping just refers to finishing up the last little bit that is needed to get to 100% level on both tanks. Once we finish topping, we will then enter what is called replenish mode. And this means that the teams are just constantly replenishing these tanks to maintain 100% flight level. This is done because as the temperatures of these liquid propellants naturally warm up throughout the countdown, they will start venting off into a gas state. And so because of that, the teams want to constantly be replenishing the tanks so that they're not losing any propellant and we're going down from that 100% level. So again, we are now in fast fill for both core stage liquid hydrogen and liquid oxygen. On the upper stage, meanwhile, we haven't started our propellant loading operations there. I will report out once that process is also underway. Teams will first start with chilling down the upper stage liquid hydrogen tank. And because the upper stage is so much smaller than the core stage, it actually gets to skip a step in its propellant loading operations, and it goes straight from chill down to fast fill. And really, this is done again because of the sizes of these tanks. On the core stage, you have the liquid hydrogen tank that fits roughly 537,000 gallons of liquid hydrogen. The liquid oxygen tank, meanwhile, holds roughly 196,000 gallons. In total, that's about 733,000 gallons on the core stage alone. On the upper stage, meanwhile, the total amount of propellant is roughly 24,000 gallons, so significantly smaller. And because of this, they are able to go straight from chill down into fast fill. Now again, we have not started our propellant loading operations on the upper stage, also known as the interim cryogenic propulsion stage. I'll report out once that process is underway. But to quickly recap, we are in fast fill for the core stage liquid hydrogen and liquid oxygen. Now, all of these tanks on both the core stage and the upper stage are going to feed the engines underneath those both stages. On the core stage, there are 4 RS-25 engines. You see them there on your screen right there. So both the liquid hydrogen and the liquid oxygen tank, they feed those 4 RS-25 engines that start at roughly T-minus 6.36 seconds until liftoff. That's when they get ready. And then on the upper stage, the liquid oxygen and liquid hydrogen tank feed that 1 RL-10 engine. Now, combined with the solid rocket boosters, SLS produces roughly 8.8 million pounds of thrust. In total, it is 322 feet tall, taller than the Statue of Liberty. In fact, let's break down the rocket for you a little bit. So up there at the top, we have our Orion spacecraft. Right underneath is actually then what is called the Orion stage adapter. That's when the SLS rocket actually starts. The Orion stage adapter is the smallest portion of the rocket, roughly 5 feet tall. Underneath that is then our upper stage, or that interim cryogenic propulsion stage. Then you'll see this nose cone orange shape underneath. That's the launch vehicle stage adapter. It's actually enclosing part of that upper stage for protection. Underneath the cone-shaped structure is our core stage. That is the first stage. It has that pretty butterscotch color. And that is due to the thermal protection system, the foam that is used to, again, protect the rocket. On either side of the core stage are the 2 solid rocket boosters. And then down, Right at the bottom are the 4 RS-25 engines. All right, so we are in fast fill again for core stage liquid hydrogen and liquid oxygen. I'll report out when the next milestone is underway and when we start our upper stage loading operations. This is Artemis Launch Control. We are currently 8 hours and 58 minutes and counting from the opening of today's launch window for the Artemis II mission. That launch window opens at 6:24 p.m. Eastern Time later today. Teams do have a 2-hour launch window in which they can try to launch, so if we don't launch right at 6:24 p.m., that is okay. You're looking at a live view of our Artemis launch team. They are in the process of loading liquid propellant on board the SLS, or the Space Launch System rocket. We're currently in the process of loading liquid hydrogen and liquid oxygen on the core stage of the SLS rocket. Now, the core stage is the first stage of that rocket. You can see there on your screen, it is the orange section in between the two solid rocket boosters. That's actually a great view of our rocket at Launch Pad 39B. I mean, you can see it is a beautiful day. We have some puffy white clouds, blue skies, all in all, very favorable weather. In fact, our launch weather officers, they've been predicting 80% chance of go for our launch window this evening. Now, there at the bottom of the rocket are our 4 RS-25 engines. Each engines are roughly the size of a compact car. The solid rocket boosters, those are the 2 white rocket boosters and on either side of the core stage. Each booster is taller than the Statue of Liberty, and they also hold the entire weight of the rocket. Now, fully fueled, SLS weighs 5.74 million pounds. And again, you can see on your screen, you might see some gas that's being vented off underneath the rocket and the mobile launcher. The mobile launcher is that gray shape structure that is connected to the rocket. It's essentially what is providing all of the power, the propellant, the coolants, everything, all the access points to keep the rocket and the spacecraft alive and functioning and running until it is ready for launch. Now, that gas that you're seeing being vented off, it doesn't mean we're getting ready to lift off anytime soon. It's just that natural boil off that is coming from the propellant that is being fed to the rocket as it naturally warms up over time. So totally normal. We expect to see it. You'll probably expect to see it some more as we actually transition and continue with our propellant loading procedures and move forward into the upper stage, which is that second stage on top of the core stage, also known as the interim cryogenic propulsion stage. When we also start loading propellant on board that second stage, you might also see some gas also starting to vent off at that higher level. In fact, you see there on your screen is a nice, better, closer up view of the upper stage and then our Orion spacecraft up on top. Now let's take you to a graphic of where we currently are in our tanking operations. You see there on your screen, on the left-hand side, it will tell you how far we are in our core stage loading operations. We're currently 28% of the way filled in liquid oxygen and about 30% of the way filled for the liquid hydrogen side. Meanwhile, for the interim cryogenic propulsion stage, that upper stage, you see it's all grayed out there because we haven't begun that propellant loading operations. I'll report out once that is underway. But for right now, we're just focusing on the core stage. Now, in the meantime, while the launch team is right now starting to fuel the rocket and that propellant loading is underway, our astronauts are getting ready to wake up and start their day. As a reminder, we will be sending 4 astronauts around the moon and back. Commander Reed Wiseman, pilot Victor Glover, and mission specialists Christina Cook and Jeremy Hansen will go on a 10-day mission around the moon. Artemis II is a test flight where we are going to test the life support systems with our flight crew on board. This is NASA's first crewed Artemis mission, and it will pave the way for our future Artemis missions for when we land humans back on the lunar surface. So to quickly recap, we are in fast fill for our core stage liquid hydrogen and liquid oxygen. And I'll report out once our upper stage propellant loading operations are underway. This is Artemis Launch Control. We are currently 8 hours and 45 minutes and counting from the opening of today's launch window for NASA's Artemis II mission. Now that launch window opens at 6:24 p.m. Eastern Time, and teams do have a 2-hour launch window, which means that they can try launching within those 2 hours if they are unable to hit it right at the start at 6:24. Now the Artemis launch team is currently loading super cold or cryogenic liquid propellant onto the SLS or Space Launch System rocket. We're currently in our fast fill operations for the core stage liquid hydrogen and liquid oxygen tanks, and the teams just reported that they are also now starting their chill down operations for the liquid hydrogen tank on the upper stage, or that second stage of the SLS rocket. You can see a great view of it there on your screen. It sits right up on top of where you have the nose cone shape structure. That's orange. Up on top there is a portion of that upper stage, also known as the interim cryogenic propulsion stage. And then, if you're curious, the nose cone structure shape, that is called also the launch vehicle stage adapter. It is a part of the rocket, and it is enclosing also a portion of the interim cryogenic propulsion stage. This is done for protection, so you don't see the engine that's underneath that second stage, but it is underneath there, hidden behind the launch vehicle stage adapter. So again, we are now starting our chill down for the liquid hydrogen on our upper stage. Following that, we will then transition into fast fill for liquid hydrogen on the upper stage. Meanwhile, on the core stage, that is the first stage of the rocket, fast fill is already underway. There's a great profile shot. So right underneath that nose cone shape is then that cylinder orange structure. That is the core stage. It is one of the tallest first stages of a rocket that NASA has ever used for any mission. It's roughly 212 feet tall. In fact, in total, the SLS rocket and Orion spacecraft sit at roughly 322 feet tall. Now I'll report out once chill down is complete on the upper stage and we have transitioned into fast fill. As a quick recap, Artemis II is scheduled to launch no earlier than 6:24 p.m. Eastern Time this evening. Teams do have a 2-hour launch window. And this mission will be sending 4 astronauts around the moon and back. We'll be sending NASA astronauts Reid Wiseman, Victor Glover, Christina Cook, and Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen on a 10-day mission. They actually just got the go not too long ago to actually start waking up and officially start their launch day. Now that's a great view of our SLS rocket at Launch Pad 39B. Oh, we just switched it, but as you saw there, it's a gorgeous day here on the Space Coast. We have some beautiful blue skies, some puffy white clouds. Our launch weather officers are predicting 80% chance of favorable conditions throughout our 2-hour launch window. Now, of course, if there are any changes or updates, we will make sure to provide those to you. In fact, NASA will be providing 24/7 live coverage of this entire mission, starting with our propellant loading operations, which is currently happening, and will continue all the way through our splashdown procedures. You can see there on your screen how to watch. Now lasting approximately 10 days, Artemis II will send 4 astronauts to test the Orion spacecraft in a high Earth orbit before becoming the first astronaut to fly around the moon since the Apollo 17 crew in 1972. Again, we are in fast fill for core stage liquid hydrogen and liquid oxygen, and we are in chill down for the liquid hydrogen tank on our upper stage or interim cryogenic propulsion stage. Good morning from Florida Space Coast. This is Artemis Launch Control. We are currently 8 hours and 30 minutes and counting from the opening of today's launch window for NASA's Artemis II mission. I'm Antonia Jaramillo in NASA Communications, and if you're just joining us, the Space Launch System, or SLS rocket, is in the process of cryogenic propellant loading. That means the launch team that is currently in Firing Room 1 that you see on your screen there are loading the cryogenic or super cold liquid hydrogen and liquid oxygen on the SLS rocket, fueling it for flight. Now, the team just reported that we have now started our fast fill operations on the liquid hydrogen tank on our upper stage of the SLS rocket. That is also called the interim cryogenic propulsion stage. It is the second stage of our SLS rocket. You have a great view of it there on your screen. Up at the top, if you see, you have the Orion spacecraft. Underneath there will be then actually the smallest section of the SLS rocket known as the Orion stage adapter. And then shortly underneath that is our interim cryogenic propulsion stage. Now, teams are now starting the fast fill operations for liquid hydrogen. Now, fast fill, as the name suggests, means that teams are just loading this propellant at a faster rate. Now, following the liquid hydrogen operations on the upper stage, teams will then also work on their propellant loading operations for the liquid oxygen tank that is also in there. In total, the SLS rocket has 4 tanks, 2 liquid hydrogen and 2 liquid oxygen, 1 of each on each stage. So you have there our upper stage, or the interim cryogenic propulsion stage, and then underneath sits the core stage. That is the first stage and the main stage of the SLS rocket. It is the orange segment that you see there on your screen in between the 2 solid rocket boosters. We are also in our fast fill operations for both liquid hydrogen and liquid oxygen on the core stage. So fueling is well underway, and everything is looking good so far for our 2-hour launch window that opens at 6:24 p.m. Eastern Time this evening. Now, Artemis II is scheduled to lift off from Launch Complex 39B. That's what you see there on your screen. That's where SLS is currently situated. And it is a gorgeous day here on the Space Coast. We have some beautiful white puffy clouds and some clear blue skies. We're looking at 80% chance of favorable weather conditions. And our astronauts that are getting ready to launch on this historic mission are now starting their day. They woke up not too long ago and will pretty soon go through all of the checkouts and steps that are needed before they're ready to get on their rocket. There's a picture of them on your screen there. From left to right, we have the pilot, Victor Glover. Then you have our mission specialist, Jeremy Hansen, and right next to him is our other mission specialist, Christina Cook. Next to her is then our commander, Reed Wiseman. These 4 astronauts will go on a 10-day mission around the moon and back on board the Orion spacecraft. Now, fun fact, you see again there, we were talking a little bit about the different sections of the rocket, and we mentioned briefly the Orion stage adapter. Now, the Orion stage adapter is the last section of the SLS rocket. It's what sits in between the interim cryogenic propulsion stage and the Orion spacecraft. And it's also what houses our secondary payloads, or these shoebox-sized CubeSats, that will be providing and conducting scientific experiments. They'll be deployed shortly after separation from the upper stage and the spacecraft, and they will go to their specific destination in space to conduct scientific data. Now, inside the Orion stage adapter, fun fact, our astronauts, so Reed Wiseman, Victor Glover, Christina Cook, and Jeremy Hansen, They actually got the opportunity to sign the interior of the OSA, or that Orion stage adapter. So their names are on that rocket. It is fully built by NASA at Marshall Space Flight Center in Huntsville, Alabama. Now going back to the upper stage, that interim cryogenic propulsion stage, it holds roughly 24,000 gallons of liquid propellant. The liquid hydrogen tank is approximately 17,000 gallons, and the liquid oxygen is roughly 6,000 gallons. Much smaller in comparison to the core stage, that holds roughly 733,000 gallons total. You have a 537,000 gallons of liquid hydrogen on the core stage tank, and then roughly 197,000 or 196,000 on the liquid oxygen tank. Fully fueled, SLS weighs about 5.74 million pounds of thrust. And now all these 4 tanks, the one on the upper stage and the one on the core stage, they feed, all those tanks, they feed into the engines at liftoff. So the core stage will feed the 4 RS-25 engines that you see at the bottom of your screen there. And the upper stage, meanwhile, will feed its 1 RL-10 engine that is actually enclosed by the launch vehicle stage adapter. That is the nose cone shaped orange structure that you see on your screen there. It is actually hiding the RL-10 engine from our view. But this is done on purpose to protect the upper stage. So to quickly recap, we are in fast fill for liquid hydrogen on our upper stage. We have not started our propellant loading operations on the liquid oxygen tank yet. I'll report out once that operation is underway. And on the core stage, meanwhile, we are still in our fast fill operations for both tanks, for both liquid hydrogen and liquid oxygen. This is Artemis Launch Control. We are currently 8 hours and 6 minutes and counting from the opening of today's launch window for the Artemis II mission. Now that launch window opens at 6:24 p.m. Eastern Time this evening. Teams do have a 2-hour launch window, which means that if we don't launch right at 6:24, they do have an additional 2 hours in which they can try to launch. Now the launch team, which we see here on our screen, they're currently in Firing Room 1 at NASA's Kennedy Space Center in Florida. They're in the process of loading liquid propellant onto the SLS rocket. Now it's not just the launch team that's here in the firing room that is helping and is on console for today's launch, but we also have supporting teams across the country that are tuning into this countdown. One of those teams is actually the Artemis Mission Management Team. They recently just got here on console. They have a separate section and room. If you actually look, it's to the right-hand side of our launch director and assistant launch director, Charlie Blackwell Thompson and Jeremy Graber, respectively. Over there on the right-hand side where you kind of see that glass enclosure structure, in there is where our Artemis Mission Management Team will sit for the duration of today's countdown. Now, they just recently arrived on console. And apart from the mission management team, we also have the mission control team at NASA's Johnson Space Center in Houston and the SLS Engineering and Support Center at NASA's Marshall Space Flight Center. And this doesn't include the other several contractor locations that are also around the country supporting this launch and this mission. So again, you have our prime main launch team that is here in Firing Room 1, Charlie Blackwell Thompson. You see there she's wearing a green blazer. She's our launch director leading this team. But then there are also supporting teams that are also assisting the launch team throughout today's countdown. That includes the Artemis Mission Management Team, the Mission Control Team in Houston, and the SLS Engineering and Support Center at NASA's Marshall Space Flight Center, in addition to several contractor locations that are located around the country. Now, as we mentioned, we are currently in our propellant loading operations for the SLS rocket. Teams are currently in fast fill for both core stage liquid hydrogen and liquid oxygen. The core stage is the first stage of the SLS rocket. Here's a great graphic where you can see where we currently are at in our tanking operations. And you'll see above the core stage, we have also started our loading operations in the interim cryogenic propulsion stage. This is the second stage of the SLS rocket. Now, we have not started loading liquid oxygen yet. I'll report out when that is underway. But in the meantime, we are good with, we are in the process of loading liquid oxygen and liquid hydrogen on the core stage and liquid hydrogen on the upper stage. I'll report out when we are now starting our liquid oxygen operations on the upper stage. Welcome back. This is Artemis Launch Control. We're currently 8 hours and 1 minute and counting from the opening of today's launch window for the Artemis II mission. I'm Antonia Jaramillo in NASA Communications, and I, along with our fellow commentators, will be taking you through today's countdown. And actually joining me currently in the room here in Firing Room 1 is our Assistant Launch Director, Jeremy Graver. Jeremy, thank you so much for taking the time to speak with us today.
No problem. Good morning, Tony. Happy to be here.
You know, Jeremy, I think we recently heard the call out that our flight crew, our astronauts, they just got their wake-up call. Can you run us through kind of what the rest of the day now looks like for them?
Absolutely, yeah. They were woken up just a little while ago. They'll get up as most of us do on a busy, exciting day. Get up, they'll get their breakfast. They'll kind of get into the groove of the day. They'll go through multiple meetings and discussions just to understand where we are. In a little while, the launch director and our flight director will provide a weather briefing for the flight crew to talk about all of the weather potentials that could play into today's launch opportunity. Once that's complete, they will then start getting suited up, and they'll head to the suit room, start doing all their preparations from a suit up perspective. As that's completed, they'll be checking with us to make sure that we're ready for them to come to the pad, and then they'll be on their way headed out to the pad in the Astrovan, ready to get out to launch pad 39B, get up on top of the mobile launcher onto the 274-foot level, go across the crew access arm into the white room, and enter the Orion spacecraft. So we're really excited for those events later today.
It is. It's a very busy and exciting day, like you mentioned. I hope they got some good rest and didn't, wake up a bunch of times throughout the night. I know I certainly did, but just because of pure excitement, like you mentioned. Now let's shift focus back on the rocket. How's propellant loading going?
Everything is going very well right now. As I stepped off console to come in here, the core stage LH2 tank was about 95% loaded. The upper stage is probably about halfway and moving towards their completion for LH2. The liquid oxygen side of the core stage is in fast fill as well, and proceeding well, and we will be getting into the upper stage LO2 loading in a little while. So all things moving per schedule and working towards that plan for the day.
That is great news, and actually I think we just heard that they got the go for transitioning into that liquid hydrogen on the core stage 2 topping. So like you said, we're getting very close.
Absolutely.
That is exciting, so can you tell us a little bit then about those upcoming milestones once we finish that propellant loading on all 4 tanks?
Yeah, so it's absolutely critical for us to get into what we call stable replenish on all stages. And what that means is the liquid oxygen and liquid hydrogen tanks on both the core stage and the interim cryopropulsion stage, or ICPS, are fully loaded, and we are just maintaining that level of loading. And that's a very quiescent configuration for us, and that's required for us to be in that configuration to then be allowed to send the flight crew, our closeout crew, which is there to assist the flight crew getting on board Orion. We need to be in that stable replenish configuration to be able to send those crews out to the launch pad. And as we send those crews out, that is really our press and our push to launch. We'll get the crew on board. They go through a number of checks, communication checks, system checks, and then our closeout crew's job is to back out of the crew module, close all of our hatches, get us in configuration to be able to then lead the closeout crew to leave the pad, and that puts us in the configuration to allow us to proceed through the rest of launch countdown as we proceed down to our final hold at T-minus 10 minutes, where we do all of our launch polls and determine that we are ready to pick up with what we call terminal count, which is from T-minus 10 minutes down to launch at T0. And really excited to get to all of those milestones as we proceed through the day.
We are all very excited. We're rooting for you guys, watching along. And as you mentioned, the reason to get to all stages replenished first is because that's the point we're at the safest configuration to send people back to the launch pad, correct?
That is absolutely correct. It is a very stable configuration. It's the safe configuration that we require to ensure that we're ready to send those crews out to the pad.
Jeremy Graver, thank you so much for taking the time to speak with us today. We're rooting for you, wishing you the best of luck, and we'll let you get back on console.
Excellent. Thank you, Tony. Appreciate it. Go Artemis.
Go Artemis. All right, and so just to quickly recap, we are now in our topping phase for liquid hydrogen on the core stage. We are still in fast fill on the liquid oxygen side for the core stage, and also fast fill for the upper stage liquid hydrogen tank. I'll report back once we have entered our topping phase for liquid oxygen on the core stage. This is Artemis Launch Control. We are currently 7 hours and 47 minutes and counting from the opening of today's launch window for NASA's Artemis II mission. That launch window opens at 6:24 p.m. Eastern Time this evening. Now, the teams do have a 2-hour launch window, so that means if we can't launch right at 6:24, that's okay. They still have an additional 2 hours in which they can attempt to launch. Now, currently, the Artemis launch team, which you see on your screen there, they are in the process of loading cryogenic or super cold liquid propellant onto the SLS, or the Space Launch System rocket. The teams actually just reported that we have completed loading liquid hydrogen onto the core stage of the rocket. Now, the core stage is the first stage of that SLS rocket. There's a great graphic representation of where we currently are in our tanking operations. So as you see, we are at 100% level for the liquid hydrogen tank on the core stage. So that means the teams are just going to be constantly replenishing that tank as some of that liquid starts boiling off into a gas due to the temperatures as it starts warming up. So teams will therefore replenish it constantly to maintain this 100% flight level. Now, as you can see, right above the hydrogen tank sits our liquid oxygen tank. That's currently 70% of the way filled. And then on our upper stage, or the interim cryogenic propulsion stage, this is the rocket stage that sits on top of the core stage. We are currently in our fast fill operations for liquid hydrogen on that upper stage. Teams have not started liquid oxygen for the upper stage, and that is totally normal. That is part of the countdown. We aren't scheduled to start our upper stage liquid oxygen loading operations until we start getting into, so we get much further into our loading operations for the liquid oxygen tank on the core stage. So again, we are now in replenish for the core stage liquid hydrogen tank, and we are in fast fill for the liquid oxygen tank on the core stage and the liquid hydrogen tank on the upper stage. Now, a quick recap on how the whole tanking loading process goes. Teams will first start with what is called chill down. So prior to us actually starting to load the super cold propellant onto the rocket, they will first chill down all of the systems and lines. This is done to make sure that it is able to receive these super cold temperatures. In order for hydrogen to be in a liquid state, it needs to be negative 423 degrees Fahrenheit. Oxygen in a liquid state is negative 297 degrees Fahrenheit. So very, very cold temperatures. And as such, we want to make sure that we are conditioning all of the systems to be able to receive those cryogenic temperatures so that we aren't shocking the hardware and we're not causing any potential damage unnecessarily. Now, following chill down, we will transition into what is called into slow fill on the core stage. Now, slow fill, as the name suggests, refers to slowly starting to feed that propellant onto the rocket. This officially marks the start of our propellant loading. Teams actually got into slow fill for the liquid oxygen and liquid hydrogen tanks on the core stage earlier this morning, a little bit before 9 a.m. Following slow fill is then when we transition into fast fill. This is where we stay for the majority of our tanking loading operations. Similarly to slow fill, fast fill refers to loading propellant at a much faster rate. And that is currently where the liquid oxygen tank state is in. We are in fast fill for liquid oxygen tank on the core stage. Now, after fast fill, we transition into topping. This is the last little bit that is needed to fill the tanks to 100% level. Hence why we're topping it off. Following topping, we are now at 100%. And so now we transition into replenish mode. Replenish just means we're going to be constantly replenishing these tanks so that we make sure we are again at 100% flight level. Now you see on your screen there, we can see some venting coming off the rocket. This is totally expected as we begin our loading operations. Some of that liquid propellant starts warming up. It'll start to boil off and vent outside of the rocket. Hence why we see some of that gas getting expended from down underneath where the engines are at the bottom, and also a little bit at the top where the upper stage is located. So again, an expected condition. Now let's take you through the rocket a little bit. See up there on your screen, we have the Orion spacecraft. Underneath there is the Orion stage adapter. The Orion stage adapter is what houses our secondary payloads, or these scientific CubeSats. They're shoebox-sized scientific experiments that will go to space following separation from the upper stage and the spacecraft. It's also the smallest section of the SLS rocket at only 5 feet. Underneath the Orion stage adapter sits the interim cryogenic propulsion stage, or that second stage. Underneath there is our core stage, or the first stage of the rocket. Now the core stage, it consists of the propellant tanks, the ducts, the valves, avionics, and it also houses the 4 RS-25 engines that are down there at the bottom. Next to the core stage, we have our 2 solid rocket boosters. Each is taller than the Statue of Liberty. Now on those rocket boosters, you can see our NASA worm. The worm logo spans 25 feet end to end, or roughly the length of 1 booster motor segment. Now we actually have 5 segments each on each booster, so 10 segments total. It's actually 1 segment more than what was used during the space shuttle program. Now you should also be able to see some black and white markings around the rocket. Now these are used for imagery for the SLS engineering and support team that's based out at NASA's Marshall Space Flight Center in Huntsville, Alabama. They use this for imagery to track and guide the rocket after liftoff and during ascent. And it will also be used in their post-flight analysis. Now the orange color of the core stage is the thermal protection system, or that spray-on foam insulation. Now this provides the thermal protection for every part of the rocket. And when the foam is applied, it gives the rocket this light yellow color that the sun's ultraviolet rays eventually tan, giving our SLS rocket its famous butterscotch color. So again, to quickly recap, we are in replenish mode for the core stage liquid hydrogen tank. We are about 75% of the way filled on our liquid oxygen tank on the core stage. But we're still in fast fill. I'll let you know when we transition into topping for the core stage liquid oxygen tank. And then on the upper stage, teams are also in fast fill for liquid hydrogen. And they have not started the liquid oxygen operations on the upper stage yet. I'll make sure to report out all of these milestones as they're underway. This is Artemis Launch Control. We are currently 7 hours and 30 minutes and counting from the opening of today's launch window for the Artemis II mission. That launch window opens at 6:24 p.m. Eastern Time, and teams do have a 2-hour launch window, which means that if we don't launch right at the beginning at 6:24, they do have an additional 2 hours in which they can attempt to launch. Our launch team is currently in Firing Room 1 at NASA's Kennedy Space Center in Florida and are in the process of loading cryogenic or super cold liquid propellant onto the SLS or the Space Launch System rocket. Now, teams did just complete fast fill for the liquid hydrogen tank on the upper stage, or our interim cryogenic propulsion stage. Now, fast fill refers to loading propellant at a faster rate. This is preceded by chill down, which gets the system ready to receive these super cold temperatures. And then following fast fill, teams will then transition into topping and replenish. I'll get more into those, but before that, again, we just finished fast fill for the liquid hydrogen tank on the upper stage, and teams are now performing, before they start topping, what is called a vented relief test. This test is basically just pressurizing the upper stage tanks with heliums to test the relief capabilities of the tank pressure to make sure that it can handle that pressure capability during flight. So between fast fill and topping, teams will perform this test on both the liquid hydrogen and the liquid oxygen tanks on the upper stage. Following that test completion, we will then transition into topping, which just means finishing loading the rest of the tank to 100%. Following topping, we enter what is called replenish mode, which basically just means that now we are going to be replenishing these tanks at 100% level, because as we naturally get throughout the countdown, that propellant is going to start warming up and it'll start boiling and venting off, as you can see on your screen there what is happening. So because of that, and because the teams want to make sure that they still have 100% level in all 4 tanks, the 2 on the upper stage and the 2 on the core stage, or the first stage of the rocket, they continuously replenish the tanks until the final 10 minutes of the launch countdown, or what is known as terminal count. Now, speaking of replenish mode, we are currently in replenish mode for the core stage liquid hydrogen tank. So we were just talking about how we finished fast fill on the upper stage liquid hydrogen tank. We are also then in replenish mode for the core stage liquid hydrogen tank. On the liquid oxygen side, we are still in fast fill for the core stage liquid oxygen. And then on the upper stage, we haven't started those liquid oxygen operations yet. The teams want to wait until we are a little bit further along in the core stage liquid oxygen loading operations before we transition into that upper stage loading operation. Now, in total, the SLS and Orion rocket and Orion spacecraft are 322 feet tall. At liftoff, SLS produces 8.8 million pounds of thrust. A little bit more than the Saturn V rocket that was used during the Apollo missions, which were roughly 7.5 million pounds of thrust to send those astronauts to the moon. With our SLS rocket, though, you don't just have those liquid fuel tanks that are fueling the rocket, but you also have 2 solid rocket boosters that are attached on either side. You see there on your screen right there? They also help provide that extra push and that thrust right at liftoff. Now, Let's go up a little bit on the rocket, go back to our upper or our second stage, our interim cryogenic propulsion stage. For those that have been following us along since Artemis 1, you might remember that the interim cryogenic propulsion stage for Artemis 1 provided the big push to send the Orion spacecraft on its way to the moon. For Artemis 2, however, it's going to be a little different. And the reason for that is because Artemis 2 is NASA's first crewed test flight, meaning we are sending astronauts on board this rocket for the first time. And because of that, we are going to have the capability to practice a bunch of different systems and tests and operations that we couldn't do if it were uncrewed. One of these operations is what is called the proximity operation demonstration. This involves the upper stage, or that interim cryogenic propulsion stage, and the Orion spacecraft practicing proximity maneuvers where the Orion spacecraft will practice approaching and getting away from the upper stage in a high Earth orbit. The reason teams want to practice this is in preparation for Artemis 3 and future Artemis missions for when Orion docks with our lunar landing systems. And so because of this, this means that the interim cryogenic propulsion stage will be separating from Orion much sooner. Meaning that following this demonstration, it will be Orion's European service module that will actually send the spacecraft on its trajectory to the moon. It will perform what is called the translunar injection burn. Now, this proximity operation is scheduled to happen during the first day of flight, so pretty soon. And NASA will be providing you with 24/7 live coverage, starting right now as we have been going through our propellant loading operations, and we will continue throughout the course of the entire mission, including all of the splashdown operations. Artemis 2 will send NASA astronauts Reid Wiseman, Victor Glover, and Christina Cook, and Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen on a 10-day mission around the moon and back. Orion is scheduled to splash down off the coast of San Diego in the Pacific Ocean. So to quickly recap, teams are in the process of performing a vent and relief test on the liquid hydrogen tank on the upper stage, following finishing their fast fill operations. Again, this test is to just test the tanks that they can handle the pressure that will be happening during this first day of flight. Following this test, we will then transition into our topping phase on the upper stage liquid hydrogen tank, and it'll then transition to replenish. On the core stage, meanwhile, we are still in fast fill for the liquid oxygen tank, and we are in replenish for liquid hydrogen. Now, this is a very, very big and important milestone to me because, again, for those that have been following us along, especially with Artemis 2, during our fast fill operations on the core stage liquid hydrogen tank during wet dress rehearsal 1, that was our first test of this Artemis II Moon rocket where we tested loading the propellant on board. Teams experienced the liquid hydrogen leaks shortly after getting into fast fill during that first test. They then performed a second wet dress rehearsal where they did not see any major leaks. Tanking loading operations went very smoothly, and it was a very successful test. And so it's great to see that throughout today's countdown for launch, there also weren't any significant issues or leaks reported during our liquid hydrogen loading phase on the core stage. So we are now in replenish mode for liquid hydrogen. We're about 84% of the way on the liquid oxygen tank. And we're also almost there on the upper stage for liquid hydrogen. Now I'll report out once liquid oxygen operations for the upper stage are also underway. Welcome back. This is Artemis Launch Control. We are currently 7 hours and 9 minutes and counting from the opening of today's launch window for the Artemis II mission. Our Artemis launch team is currently in the process of loading liquid propellant onto the SLS, or Space Launch System rocket. Teams just reported out that we are in our topping phase. For the upper stage liquid hydrogen tank, this means we are almost at 100%, if not pretty much there, on that upper stage tank. The upper stage is the second stage of the SLS rocket. Here's a graphic representation where we can see where we're currently at in our tanking operations. That means we have now finished loading our liquid hydrogen on both the core stage and the upper stage. As I said, we're in that topping phase to get us to 100%. And afterwards, we'll then transition into replenish mode to stay at 100% level. You can see on the core stage, we are already at the replenish mode, if you see that 100% level right there. And we also just got confirmation that we are also in replenish for the upper stage liquid hydrogen tank. Now on the liquid oxygen side, we still have a little bit to go. We're almost there on the liquid oxygen tank for the core stage. You see roughly 92% of the way filled. And we haven't started our liquid oxygen propellant loading operations on the upper stage. Teams are getting ready to start chilling down that tank. Teams do this to make sure that all of the systems and lines are ready to receive these cryogenic temperatures. As you can see on your screen there, for hydrogen to stay in a liquid state, it must be negative 423 degrees Fahrenheit. Oxygen, meanwhile, is negative 297 degrees Fahrenheit. So these super cold temperatures, we want to make sure that the rocket is able to receive them without damaging any of the hardware on board. So we'll start with chilling down that liquid oxygen tank and lines before we actually start loading it onto the upper stage. I'll report back once that step is underway. As a reminder, our launch window opens at 6:24 p.m. Eastern Time this evening. Teams do have a 2-hour launch window, so that means if we don't launch right at 6:24, that is okay. They still have additional opportunities throughout that 2-hour launch window. Now, NASA's providing 24/7 live coverage throughout this entire mission, beginning with our propellant loading operations that is currently underway. And as we continue our coverage this morning, we are also, and we continue monitoring all of our loading operations. We thank you for following us along. Part of our live coverage will, of course, include our launch this evening. That live launch coverage for Artemis II will continue right here at the beginning at approximately 12:50 p.m. Eastern Time. You can continue watching on our NASA's YouTube channel, as well as on NASA Plus and the other NASA social media channels. Again, we are providing 24/7 live coverage. So following launch, the show doesn't end there. We have a 10-day mission around the moon. And then following that, we're coming back home. And we will be covering all of those splashdown operations as well. Artemis II is a test flight. It is NASA's first crewed Artemis mission. We will be sending NASA astronauts Reed Wiseman, who serves as the commander, Victor Glover, the pilot, and mission specialist Christina Cook. And then we're also sending Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen, who serves as the other mission specialist for this mission. So to quickly recap, we are in Replenish for both liquid hydrogen tanks on the core stage and the upper stage of our SLS, or Space Launch System rocket. And we are getting very close to being almost all the way full on the liquid oxygen tank in the core stage. I'll make sure to report out once we start entering topping for the liquid oxygen tank in the core stage. Again, that refers to the last little bit that is needed to get us to 100%. And I'll also make sure to let folks know when our chill down operations are in work on the upper stage liquid oxygen tank. As a reminder, all of this propellant that are on board these 4 tanks of these two rocket stages, they feed the engines that are underneath and then provide the power and the push to send the Orion spacecraft on its voyage to the moon. This is Artemis Launch Control. We are currently 6 hours and 49 minutes and counting from the opening of today's launch window for NASA's Artemis II mission. That launch window opens at 6:24 p.m. Eastern Time this evening, and we do have a 2-hour launch window, which means that if we don't launch right at the start at 6:24 p.m., that is okay. Teams still have an additional 2 hours in which they can try to launch the SLS or Space Launch System rocket and the Orion spacecraft. Now, the Artemis launch team is currently in the process of loading cryogenic or super cold liquid propellant onto the SLS rocket. We are currently in what is called replenish mode for our liquid hydrogen tanks on board the SLS core stage and the interim cryogenic propulsion stage. These are the two stages on the SLS rocket. Now, replenish mode means that we have finished loading hydrogen on board both of these rockets. That means they are at 100% level. And teams are just constantly replenishing the tanks to make sure that they stay at 100%. Since, as throughout the countdown, that liquid propellant will start boiling off as it starts warming up, and it will then be vented out and released from the rocket, which you can see there on your screen. Now, on the liquid oxygen side, teams are now in topping phase for the core stage liquid oxygen tank. Topping is the in-between state of fast fill and replenish mode. Fast fill is where we spend the most of the time loading propellants. We load it at a much faster rate. Then once we reach a certain point, we will transition into topping to finish loading the tank to 100%. That is now where we are currently at in the core stage liquid oxygen tank. And following topping, we then transition into replenish. So we're in core stage liquid oxygen topping. We're in topping for the core stage liquid oxygen tank. And we are in replenish mode for both tanks on the liquid hydrogen, on the core stage and the upper stage. Now, meanwhile, on the liquid oxygen tank on the upper stage, teams just reported that they have now started chill down for that upper stage tank. This is the first step that is needed before we actually start flowing and loading that propellant on board. The reason this is done is to chill down the systems in line so they are ready to receive those super cold temperatures and not cause any potential damage to the hardware. For reference, oxygen needs to be negative 297 degrees Fahrenheit to be in a liquid state, and hydrogen, negative 423 degrees Fahrenheit. So very, very cold temperatures that the rocket is dealing with right now. Now again, we are underway for the Artemis II mission. This is the second Artemis mission in NASA's Artemis program. Artemis 1 was an uncrewed test flight. Artemis 2 will be the first crewed test flight. This will be the first time we send astronauts on board our Orion spacecraft. We'll be sending our commander Reed Wiseman, our pilot Victor Glover, and mission specialists Christina Cook and Jeremy Hansen on a 10-day mission around the moon. Now, from the rocket side, there aren't that many changes from Artemis 1 to Artemis 2. Most of the major sections of SLS really remain unchanged. Some of the differences are more in the details to really just provide our astronauts with a better ride in space. Some of those include some optical targets that are now on the upper stage as visual cues during the proximity operation demonstration. This will be a test for the astronauts to practice maneuvering Orion and practice approaching the upper stage while it's in a high Earth orbit. Another improvement for SLS was an improved navigation system. Also, communications capability between the ground stations and the U.S. Space Force Space Launch Delta 45, which controls the eastern range. That is responsible for kind of helping dictate when we are allowed to launch here off the Space Coast in Florida. Now, all of the 4 tanks on the upper stage and the core stage, they feed the engines that are down below. At liftoff, the 4 RS-25 engines will operate for the first 8 minutes during flight. The 2 solid rocket boosters that are on either side, those operate for only 2 minutes, and they provide 75% of the power at liftoff. So to quickly recap, we are in Replenish for our both liquid hydrogen tanks. We entered topping for the liquid oxygen tank on the core stage. That means very, very soon we'll be in replenish mode for that tank as well. And we are in our chill down operations for the liquid oxygen tank on the upper stage. Pretty soon we will be entering fast fill. I'll report out when that is underway. This is Artemis Launch Control. We are currently 6 hours and 38 minutes and counting from the opening of today's launch window for the Artemis II mission. That launch window opens at 6:24 p.m. Eastern Time this evening, and teams do have a 2-hour launch window in which they can attempt to launch the SLS, or the Space Launch System rocket, and Orion spacecraft. The Artemis launch team is currently loading cryogenic or super cold liquid propellant onto SLS. We are currently in replenish mode for both liquid hydrogen tanks on the 2 stages of our SLS rocket. We're still in our topping phase on the core stage liquid oxygen tank. That means we're just finishing it up. You can see there it looks almost all the way full. And following that, it will enter into what is also into its replenish mode as well. The liquid oxygen tank on the upper stage, meanwhile, is now in fast fill. So that means all 4 tanks are now receiving propellant. Following fast fill on the liquid oxygen tank for the upper stage, teams will perform that vent and relief test that they also did for the liquid hydrogen side on the upper stage. This test is again just to test the relief capabilities to make sure that the upper stage can handle the pressure that will be introduced at liftoff and during launch. Following that, it will then enter topping and will then go to replenish mode as well. Once we are in replenish mode for all tanks, that'll be the signal to the launch team to tell our astronauts that they are ready to start heading out to the launch pad and get on board their Orion spacecraft. Now, Artemis II is a test flight, and it is NASA's first Artemis crewed mission. That means this will be the first time that our astronauts, our Commander Reed Wiseman, pilot Victor Glover, and mission specialists Christina Cook and Jeremy Hansen, they will be the first to experience launch and flight atop SLS. The rocket hits a maximum speed of 22,670 miles per hour. And our astronauts will get to experience the entire ride. So to quickly recap, we are in replenish mode for both liquid hydrogen tanks. We are in topping, meaning we are finishing up loading liquid oxygen on the core stage. That is the first stage of the rocket. And we are in fast fill for the liquid oxygen tank on our second stage, or that interim cryogenic propulsion stage. I'll report out once we have also entered replenish mode for the core stage liquid oxygen tank. This is Artemis Launch Control. We are currently 6 hours and 22 minutes and counting from the opening of today's launch window for the Artemis II mission. The launch team is currently in the process of loading cryogenic or super cold liquid propellant onto the SLS, or the Space Launch System rocket. We're currently in replenish mode for both liquid hydrogen tanks on both the first stage and the second stage of the rocket. And then on the liquid oxygen side, we are in fast fill for the liquid oxygen tank on the upper stage. And then we are getting ready to get into our replenish mode for the liquid oxygen tank on the core stage. We are still in that topping phase, finishing loading the propellant tank to 100%, at which point then teams will transition into replenish mode as well, which just means that we are going to constantly be replenishing these tanks at 100% level. Now today's launch window opens at 6:24 p.m. Teams do have a 2-hour launch window, which means if we don't launch right on time, they do have an additional 2 hours in which they can attempt to launch. For those of you just joining us, NASA will be providing 24/7 live coverage of this entire mission, starting with our propellant loading operations that are currently underway. Thank you so much for everyone that's been following along. Our live launch coverage of Artemis II will continue right here, beginning at approximately 12:50 p.m. where the rest of my NASA commentators will be chiming in on how the rest of today's countdown goes. And we'll take you through the rest of the mission. Now, Artemis II is a test flight. It will be the first mission that sends astronauts on board SLS and Orion. You can see a photo on your screen there of our Artemis II crew. We have our commander, Reed Wiseman, on the right-hand side. Then we have our 2 mission specialists in the middle, Christina Cook, and then Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen. All the way on the left is our pilot, Victor Glover. All 4 of them woke up not too long ago at around 9:25 a.m. this morning. Not a terrible wake-up call. In that time, they've been getting ready, having breakfast, getting some briefings. And they'll get one more briefing. It's the flight crew weather brief, where they'll get a status on where we are in the countdown, what the current forecast looks like. Following that brief, they will then start their suit-up operations before they go out to the launch pad and board their spacecraft. And teams did report that we have now entered replenish mode for the core stage liquid oxygen tank. So we are now in replenish for both liquid hydrogen tanks on the core stage and the upper stage. And we are also in replenish mode for the core stage liquid oxygen tank. On the upper stage liquid oxygen tank, meanwhile, we are still in fast fill. And I'll report out once then we transition from fast fill onto the next step, which will again be that vent and relief test. This is pressurizing the upper stage tanks with heliums to test the relief capabilities of the tank pressure to make sure that it can handle that capability during flight. Following that test, teams will then start topping on the liquid oxygen tank, and will then, after topping, will then transition into replenish mode as well. I'll report out when that's underway. This is Artemis Launch Control. We are currently 6 hours and 8 minutes and counting from the opening of today's launch window for the Artemis II mission. Now, the launch window opens at 6:24 p.m. Eastern Time this evening, and teams do have a 2-hour launch window, which means that they have 2 hours in which they can try to launch the SLS, or the Space Launch System rocket, and Orion spacecraft that will send NASA astronauts Reid Wiseman, Victor Glover, Christina Cook, and Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen on a 10-day mission around the moon and back. Now, the launch team is currently in the process of loading cryogenic or super cold liquid propellant onto the SLS rocket. The propellants that are used to power SLS are liquid hydrogen and liquid oxygen. We are currently in our replenish phase for both liquid hydrogen tanks on the two stages of the rocket. That is both the core stage and the interim cryogenic propulsion stage. Replenish mode just basically means that now these tanks are at 100% level, and teams are going to constantly be replenishing them as they start to warm up and boil off. You can see some of that gas that's being vented off the rocket there. That's normal. Teams totally expect to see that. And because of that, we have then a replenish valve to constantly be replenishing the tank with that liquid propellant. So we make sure that we are 100% level and we're not losing any propellants in the tank. The reason that you see some of that venting happening is because as we get throughout the countdown and the temperatures start to rise, that liquid propellant will become a gas, and so it'll start boiling off and then it'll vent outside the rocket. Hence the need for a replenish valve. So we are in replenish for both liquid hydrogen tanks. We are also in replenish for the core stage liquid oxygen tank. And we are in fast fill for the upper stage, or that interim cryogenic propulsion stage, liquid oxygen tank. Now, fast fill is the main portion of our propellant loading operations, where teams are actively loading that propellant at a much faster rate. Now, following fast fill, teams transition into what is called topping. As the name suggests, it just means to top off the tanks. And then following topping, we enter what is replenish. So once we are at replenish for the liquid oxygen tank on the interim cryogenic propulsion stage, we're going to enter what is called all stages in replenish. This means that all 4 tanks on the SLS rocket are fully fueled, and our astronauts are ready then to go and head out to the launch pad when they get the go from our launch director, Charlie Blackwell Thompson. Now, coming up shortly, our astronauts will be joining in on a flight crew weather brief with our launch director, as well as with the flight director in Houston and the launch weather officer. They'll provide a quick status on how the forecast looks for the rest of today's countdown, as well as where we currently are in our countdown operations. A little earlier, the launch weather officer did let our launch director know that we might get some showers in about 2 hours. However, there is no lightning threat, and they will plan on discussing this again during the flight crew weather brief. Currently, teams are forecasting 80% go for weather conditions during that 2-hour launch window. So again, to quickly recap, we are in replenish mode for both liquid hydrogen tanks. We are also in replenish mode on the liquid oxygen tank on the core stage. That is the first stage of the SLS rocket. And we're in fast fill for the liquid oxygen tank on the upper stage. I'll report out when we have transitions from fast fill and onto topping. This is Artemis Launch Control. We are currently 5 hours and 42 minutes and counting from the opening of today's launch window for the Artemis II mission. That launch window officially opens at 6:24 p.m. Eastern Time, and teams do have a 2-hour launch window, which means that they have additional opportunities if they don't meet the beginning of that window. Now joining me is Artemis Launch Director Charlie Blackwell-Thompson. Charlie, thank you so much for taking the time to speak with us today.
Oh, you're more than welcome. It's great to be here, Tony.
It sure is. Now, we know that you just conducted a flight crew weather brief with our astronauts as well as teams and mission control and our launch weather officer. Do you mind providing us kind of how that went and what we can expect?
Yes, the weather brief went really well. What we do during that weather brief is we give the flight crew a summary of where we are in our tanking, what's left, and of course we have our core stage and our upper stage fully loaded with LH2, and we're in Replenish, and we are just finishing up our LO2 or liquid oxygen load into the upper stage. So we provided that status along with any non-conformances that the crew might be interested in, and then we went through the weather. And so our weather from our launch weather officer remains at a 80% likelihood of go today and a 20% chance of violation. We are watching some precip that is making its way toward the pad, but we expect that that is going to dissipate as we get closer to the opening of our window. So really good to hear the crew's voices and to talk through a day of launch ops. You know, it's something that we simulate, but there's nothing like the real day.
Absolutely. I can only imagine, and it's great news to hear that we are still 80% go. Those are very, very favorable conditions. Let's hope it stays that way. You mentioned we're getting closer to reaching what is called all stages in stable replenish. That means that we will have all 4 tanks at 100% flight level. Charlie, can you walk us through then what are some of those upcoming milestones once we reach all stages replenish?
Absolutely. So one of the big milestones when you reach stable replenish on all stages is you begin to send the closeout crew into the pad, and so we're just a few minutes away from getting into that, and we'll deploy them to the pad and they'll start getting ready for the flight crew. And then of course shortly after that is the exciting milestone of seeing the crew walk out of the operations and checkout building and make their way to the pad. And that's certainly something that we've been waiting a very long time to see. It's going to be very exciting, I think, certainly for our team. It'll be exciting for our country, and it'll be exciting for people all over the world who are watching our crew head to the pad, knowing that we are just about 5 hours or so from launch.
You couldn't have said it any better. This is very exciting for the entire world. We cannot wait for that moment when we see our astronauts depart their crew quarters and head to the pad. Charlie, thank you so much for taking the chance to speak with us today. We are rooting for you. We're wishing you the best of luck in today's countdown, and we'll let you get back on console.
All right. Thank you, Tony. Appreciate the opportunity to chat with you, and go Artemis.
Go Artemis. All right, so to quickly recap, we are in replenish mode for both liquid hydrogen tanks, and we are getting ready to also hit replenish mode on the liquid oxygen tanks for both of those. We will report out when that is underway.